problem. I need to hurry the clock. There's some people out there. It's just, there's a case in here with Keisha Wade. And I know paperwork to say Judge King. No, it's not. Okay, no problem. I'll keep some home. Just sit tight.
I can hear. Can you hear?
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Judge.
First up, I have Mr. Cooper. You're here on Clark.
I am. This is going to be a waiver.
I'm here on Clark as well, Your Honor.
Where's Mr. Clark?
Oh, he's here. Well, actually, I see it says connecting to audio.
Okay. All right, we're ready. I'm sorry. Officer, can you call Division 1 and see if that's them not ready? Clark have a suspect. Okay.
Ready, Judge?
Yes.
Calling case number 2305-684201 for the state of Michigan versus Alonzo Clark. Defendant is charged in count 1, child abuse, first degree. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearance for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eric Decker, PA 5931 for the people.
And Renee Cooper on behalf of Mr. Clark. Good morning.
He's on tip. Clark is. Clark.
Mr. Clark, can you hear us? Say your name.
Yes, I
if
can.
you can.
Yes, I can. Delonzo Lamar Clark.
All
Thank
right,
you.
what's your pleasure, Mr. Cooper?
Judge, we'd like to waive the exam.
Your Honor. Your Honor, we need to, the people need to amend the charges for this case.
I got amendments late last night, yeah.
You did.
And I've gone over them with Mr. Clark.
All right, do I have the amended information here?
I sent in and amended to the court, but if I can just verbally do it on the record if that's the court's pleasure.
All right, what's the amendment?
The amendment is we are dropping the first-degree child abuse. We are adding 3 counts of assault with a dangerous weapon, adding 4 counts of weapons felony firearm.
Okay, I need you to send us over the amended information.
Okay. I believe I sent it, but I will send it to your courtroom this morning, Your Honor.
So there's 3 counts of assault with intention to great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation, and 4 counts of felony firearm.
No, Your Honor. It's assault with a dangerous weapon, a felonious assault with a gun. There was 1 charge that was filed. We're adding 3 and then 4 weapons felony firearm.
Okay, so 3 counts of felonious assault.
Yes, sir.
How many felony firearms?
4.
3 counts of felonious assault and 4 counts of felony firearm.
Yes, sir.
That's it?
And dropping the child abuse charge.
All right, Mr. Clark, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Put your hand down. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one, and you'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged in the complaint you warrant. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, and that there's probable cause to believe you committed it?
Yes, sir.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No, sir.
Has anyone promised you anything?
No, sir.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
The court finds defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily, freely given. The court binds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. The defendant's arraignment on the information, date and time will be June 7, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond will be continued. And so the record is clear that bind over is on the amended information.
That's clear to us, Judge, and thank you much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Was that Division 1?
Yeah, but they said they're gonna log off and log back in. Yeah, but they said they were logged on. They were logged on.
Mr. LaMella?
Good morning, Your Honor. 1 second, let me turn this camera on. Good morning, Judge.
What's that happen? I paid 28 grand for it, 16.
Are you ready, sir?
I am, Your Honor.
You're here on Graves, correct?
I am, Judge. Yes. Did you get my message?
Message.
I'm ready on Graves, Your Honor. My client is in the Macomb County Jail being held on a probation violation. I'm handling that matter as well. That's matter is set for a hearing on May 30th. So on this matter today, I'd ask that the court waive my client's appearance, set this matter for an exam sometime after the 30th. The court should also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes.
Call in case number 2305-682501. People of the state of Michigan versus Devine Graves. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, 4th offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Whitney Lemelin, P 58914 on behalf of Levon Graves. Judge, I'd ask the court waive his appearance today. He's being held in Macomb County Jail on probation violations.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I need to set this matter for an exam. I'd ask that the court consider the fact that he will be in the Macomb County Jail until at least May 30th. That's when I'm representing him there. He also has another case that was up yesterday in front of Judge Sabri. We set for an exam on June 6th. So if we could try to coordinate those dates, that'd be great. You know, and I don't know, they told me in Judge Sabri's that these two cases couldn't be joined. So I don't know why.
They can't. One has a special prosecutor on it and designated for my docket. One doesn't.
I
June
understand.
6th, because that's my homicide day.
Okay. Well, let me,
What about June 2nd?
June 7th is not a good date. I'm in trial.
June 6th.
I'm sorry.
June.
The 2nd. I'm in an exam in Southgate in person, and then I've got a docket in Hazel Park right after that. I can do the 9th.
What about June 5th?
I can do the morning of June 5th. That works.
June 5th at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, that works, Your Honor.
All right, June 5th at 10 o'clock, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. Shelley, call me.
Ms. Cross.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I'm
What are you
here
here?
for Miss Silver along with Miss Nance.
What are you here for? What defendant?
Aaron McClinton, Judge. And Judge, also on standing in for APA Sawyer is APA Hater. This exam was scheduled for this afternoon. It's my understanding that the complaining witness is ill and the people need an adjournment.
Yes, Judge, that's correct. I am Rhonda Hader for Brendan Sawyer. The complaining witness notified Mr. Sawyer last night that she is ill. She has not taken a COVID test yet. And that's the status as of now.
Let me call the case, please.
Calling case number 2305-652701. People of the state of Michigan versus Aaron McClinton. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons, felony, firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Rhonda Hader for the people, P84161, standing in for APA Brendan Sawyer.
Good morning, Sarah Kraus. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Gabby Silver for Aaron McClinton.
And good morning, Judge. May it please the court, Janeki Nance, P 68686. Standing is as second chair on Mr. McClinton's matter.
So Mr. McClinton has 2 attorneys on this case?
Yes, Judge. And Judge, for the record, I do believe I noted that it appears that my name is listed as the main attorney. It should be Gabby Silver's name that's listed as the main attorney.
Okay. So why are you guys here so early?
So, Judge, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ms. Nance, if you would like to, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
Okay. Last night, APA Sawyer was notified that the unnecessary witness, Miss Minnie Boykin, is ill, that she's been feverish and coughing for the last 2 days. She has not yet taken a COVID test. And as a result, and of course, Mr. Sawyer notified defense counsel immediately. As a result, the people are asking for a brief adjournment, at least 1 week to make Miss Boykin available.
Can you do June 1st at 10 o'clock?
Judge, I have spoken to Miss Silver. I believe she's been in contact with Mr. Sawyer and Miss Nance. It appears that they are available on June 8th for the exam, if the court has any time.
June 8th at 10 o'clock?
That works for Mr. Sawyer.
Yes, Judge, we'll make it available.
If the court finds good cause to adjourn the matter to June 8th at 10 o'clock, will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Henderson,
Morning,
good morning. How can I help you?
I'm here for Michelle Thomas.
You're what?
Here for Michelle Thomas.
Michelle Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Calling case number 2305-691001. For the state of Michigan versus Michelle Thomas. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Attorney Sidney Henderson with NDS P84839, appearing on behalf of Ms. Thomas. Ms. Thomas, could you state your full name for the record, please?
Michelle Thomas.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, at this time, we have not yet received an offer from prosecution. We are also awaiting digital discovery as well. So we would just be inquiring as to whether or not there is an offer for prosecution with the case.
And there is no offer at this time, and I will send you the digital discovery.
Thank you, Your Honor. In that case, we will be requesting an exam date.
You request what?
An exam date?
The court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is May 31st at 9:45?
That works, Your Honor.
Ms. Thomas, that's going to be in person on May 31st at 9:45, okay? That's in person in 36th District Court. Ms. Thomas, are you there?
Yes, you said come in on the 31st at 9. And what's I can hear you.
9:45.
9:45. Oh, okay.
I'll be continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Blake.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How can I help you?
I thought I had a bond hearing on Javis Carter.
That's probably before Judge McClinton if it's a bond redetermination hearing.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you, you too. Mr. Pope, good morning. Larry Pope?
Trying to unmute this microphone. I'm here on Mr. Michael Young.
Okay.
I don't know if that's him at the 8th floor of the Wayne County Jail.
Calling case number 2305-689701 for the state of Michigan versus Michael Young. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree. Count 2, interfering with crime report. Count 3, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender or defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Your Honor, may it please this honorable court, Larry Polk on behalf of Michael Young. Is that Mr. Young at the Wayne County Jail, Judge?
I'm not sure. Sir, in the Wayne County Jail, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself and tell me your name.
How you doing, Your Honor? My name is Dorian Mack.
Dear Mr. Mack,
Shit, nice.
can you get the deputy for me, please?
Yes, sir. Hey, deputy, the judge would like to speak to you. The judge want to speak to you. He's on his way, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Want to speak.
Hey, good morning, Judge. I need Mr. Michael Young. You have him?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Speak for him.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. Tell me your name, sir.
Michael Young.
Okay, what's your pleasure, Mr. Pope?
Judge, I need to go into a breakout room with Mr. Young, please. I have discovery. I'll be more than likely setting a preliminary exam date. I just need to speak to him.
Okay, join the breakout room.
Thank you.
Latrell Williams. Connect your audio and take your hat off, sir. Now turn it backwards, take it off. Connect your audio. Everybody say bye to Mr. Williams.
Judge, we're ready.
Okay. You bring them out the breakout room. It takes a minute.
Yes.
Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Michael Young. What's your pleasure, Mr. Pope?
Judge, we need to set a preliminary exam. I have discovery. It was tendered to me this morning or either late yesterday, but I saw it this morning.
All right, the court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is May 31st at 11:15?
Judge, I'll be in a federal trial if I'm trying to see. I believe I'll be finished with that trial beginning the week of June 5th.
June 5th at 11:30.
Awesome. Yes, that's fine.
All right, June 5th at 11:30, file will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yep.
You're all set, sir. You're Mr. Mack, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Mack, we're just waiting on your attorney.
Okay, no problem. You want me to go ahead and mute it?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I haven't had a chance to even speak with my attorney as well. Like I don't even know who my attorney is.
When they get here, I'll put you in a breakout room.
I appreciate that.
Your Honor, I
Yes.
am prosecutor on Mr. Max, well, I'm standing in for the assigned prosecutor on Mr. Max's case. It's my understanding that when they come, it's Miss Lauren Anderson, but she's going to ask to withdraw, as last year she represented the complainant in this case, as Mr. Mack was the complainant in the case previously.
Okay. Let's be proactive. Oh, yeah.
Your Honor, so does that mean I'm not going to have an attorney today?
No, you will have one today.
Okay. Excuse me, Your Honor, can I say something, or is this not the time?
Depends on what you want to say.
I just wanted to say I haven't been able to speak to a lawyer or anything, but in my no, I was gonna say in my cell phone that's downstairs, I have like I think it's probable causes when I was supposed to present the evidence that I have to show that the allegations against me are not true, but I have everything, like all of this stuff in my cell.
Talk to your attorney about that, sir. I don't need to hear that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know. All right, I apologize.
No problem. Mr. Williams, connect your audio and remove your hat. Take your hat off, sir. Mr. Williams, can you hear me? Connect your audio, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge.
No, not you.
Oh.
Mr. Williams, connect your audio. I see you. I can't hear you. Okay.
Hello?
Good morning, Mr. Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, good morning.
We're just waiting on your attorney, sir.
Okay. Excuse my background. I'm on my way to work.
Okay.
magistrates.
You already need your attorney.
Mr. Cohen has to check. Kenny. Oh, you talking about PCCs? Take him back. Take him back. Call. They may not even take it. They might have accepted him, so he might be able to get in jail. When you call him. Yeah, I'm just checking.
Hello?
I thought you said you were going to work.
I am on my way to work. I just stopped right here before I can talk on the what's name. I'm at my cousin's house before I can do the court, and I'm about to grab my tether charger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Code changes. Good morning, Ms. James. Good morning, Ms. James.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, and yourself? Who are you here for?
I'm good. Mr. Williams?
Okay, Latrell Williams.
Calling case number 2305-690801, for the state of Michigan versus Latrell Williams. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do rape or term less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Nicole James, appearing on behalf of Mr. Williams. My P number is 58961.
Tell me your name again, Mr. Williams. Unmute yourself and tell me your name, sir.
Latrell Williams.
What's your pleasure, Ms. James?
Judge, I was just spot appointed on this matter, so I will need discovery. I don't know if the court just wants to schedule a preliminary exam date or schedule another probable cause conference date. I'll defer to the court.
Well, I'll schedule another exam, or I'll schedule an exam date if you are certain that it will go to exam. There's a possibility it may resolve itself short of an exam. I'll give you another PCC date.
Judge, I don't know without looking at the discovery, so I'll just ask the court to set it for a preliminary exam date.
Okay, the court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on May 31st at 11:15.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, is it also possible to be put in a breakout room with Mr. Williams so I can get his contact information?
Sure, hold on a second.
And Ms. James, I will send you the discovery.
Thank you.
Go ahead and join the breakout room.
Thank you.
Join the breakout room, Mr. Williams. And Mr. Humphries is here. Mr. Humphries, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you this morning?
Good, sir. You're here on Dorian Mack?
No, I'm here on the 11 o'clock. Continue exam.
So why are you here so early?
Because Miss Drain called and told me that the young lady actually gave birth to the child and is in the hospital, and that that occurred yesterday.
And yes, Judge, so for the Cedric Russ case scheduled at 11 o'clock today, I obtained the witness detainer last week. I gave it to the officer in charge, and he informed me yesterday that she went to the hospital and she did have her baby yesterday. He confirmed this. He spoke with the complainant's, the witness's mother as well. She was there in the hospital with her. She is still in the hospital, so she will not be able to appear for the 11 o'clock continued exam today. So, Your Honor, I am asking for another adjournment for that reason. I will indicate to the court that I spoke with the officer in charge as to what to do. At this point, everyone knows now she is in the hospital. So, so the plan is to bring her before Your Honor as soon as possible to discuss the witness detainer and her test and the fact of her having to testify in court regarding this case.
Okay, so I have some bad news for you. None of that was on the record, so I'm gonna have to call the case.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Calling case number 2305-642201 for the state of Michigan versus Cedric Russ Jr. Defendant is charged in counts 1 through 7. Assault with intent to murder, count 8 through 14. Assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation, count 15 through 21. Assault with a dangerous weapon, count 22. Weapons, firearm, possession by felon, count 23. Count 44, weapons, felony firearm. Count 45, domestic violence. Count 46 and 47, child abuse 43. Defendant has a habitual offender for the offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Humphreys, P 38930 on behalf of Mr. Russ. Your Honor, I think he's in custody, so do you want to bring him out?
He is in our lockup downstairs. You want him present?
Yeah, I think that would be good because I've gotten some calls, and so I don't want to.
Okay, we'll bring him up.
Dan, can we get Shay Ross upstairs? Okay, thank you. That's right. Okay, this is Mr. Russ. Okay, Mr. Russ. We'll step around this way.
Okay, so the record should reflect that Mr. Russ is present. Go ahead, folks.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Humphreys, P 38930 on behalf of Mr. Russ.
Mr. Russ, tell us your name for the record. Cedric Russ. So this matter is actually scheduled for 11 o'clock today, but you folks are here early. I know you've already indicated to us why, Ms. Drain, but you have it for the record.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Yes, I called Mr. Humphreys to let him know what was going on, and he did indicate that he would be able to Zoom in early so that we could discuss this matter at this time. So what I have to say to the court is this. So last week, we were here for this case. We did the witness that I needed, Ms. India Jackson, did not appear for court. So I asked for a witness detainer, which I obtained, and I gave that to the officer in charge. The officer in charge called me late last night to indicate to me that Ms. Jackson was actually in the hospital and that she had just had her baby. She indicated to me that He actually talked to Ms. Jackson's mother, who was also with her in the hospital, so he confirmed that as well. He did also indicate to me that he would be going to the hospital today to check on her status and what I don't have any other specific information about, you know, about the type of birth she had, which may indicate how long she may be in the hospital for, or any other information. Officer in charge will try to obtain that information as soon as possible. And I will, of course, relay that information to Mr. Humphreys. So because of that, Your Honor, again, the witness is not available. And I do believe that this is a reason this is enough reason for me to ask for an adjournment again. For that reason, the plan is to, as soon as possible, bring her, Ms. Jackson, before this court so that we can discuss her testifying for this case. So that's what's going on right now, and I would ask for an adjournment for this reason, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Humphries.
Your Honor, there appears to be nothing that I can do in this instance. The court previously allowed her to be absent due to what was then known that she was going to give birth. She has now been given birth. The prosecution has in fact located her, and I assume that the witness detainer will be put in place so that we can get her in front of the court as soon as possible.
So given that she just gave birth, I want to give her a few weeks before we do the preliminary examination. Understanding, however, the defendant is in custody. I'm looking at the date of June 16th.
Friday, June 16th is good for me, Your Honor. What time? I'm sorry, you said what?
10 o'clock?
10, all right, 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Court finds good cause to adjourn this matter to June 16th, 2023 at 10 o'clock a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, we do have Attorney Cohen and this client here at 9 o'clock.
Oh, hey, come on in.
Okay, yeah, bring him in.
Nobody told me. All right, no further. Calling case 2356788, people of the state of Michigan versus R. Damari Curtis. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree. Count 2, malicious destruction of personal property, $200 or more, less than $1,000. Count 3, domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151. Appearing in person with Mr. Ari Curtis, present out of custody. Mr. Curtis, can you state your name, please?
Ari Curtis.
This date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Rosina Ashford. She was notified of today's date and time for the hearing. She is not present and I cannot proceed without her testimony.
The defense moves to dismiss, Your Honor.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
We got Mr. Lawrence, 930 Lawrence Bradley. There's nobody here on that either. Lawrence Bradley.
Good morning, Judge. Calling case 2356804, people of the state of Michigan versus Lawrence Bradley. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault and resisting obstruction of police officer. Count 2, domestic violence. Appearance for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Robert Kenny, appearing on behalf of Mr. Bradley, who stands to my left, 35842. Tell me your name, Mr. Bradley.
Lawrence Bradley.
There's a date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The witnesses necessary to testify for this case are not present, and I cannot proceed without their testimony.
Move to dismiss. So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Good prosecution. Yeah.
with the assignment of said,
As she was giving you to, as attorney to appeal.
He can still play, but he said, every time they got this thing, but they don't get the old days, 38, you can do a 25, 26 year old, you know, you do a game or two. Turn it on.
Sign off that waiver from this morning.
Oh.
So I have two cases. Jenny showed. Carroll, Willis. Okay. Happening right now.
Yes, she is.
Oh, she is.
Hello there, Ms. Franklin. You have Mr. Mack
Good
here
morning,
waiting.
Judge.
Good morning. You have Mr. Mack here waiting on you to go in the breakout room. He'd like to speak.
You just gave me that as a spot appointment, so yes, please.
Okay. Go ahead and join the breakout room.
Just waiting on the turn.
Stop this.
Okay, Ms. Sprinkle, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case number 2305682201. People of the state of Michigan versus Dorian Mack. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 4, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 5, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 6, unlawful imprisonment. Count 7, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 8, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 9, interfering with crime court. Count 10, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kirsten Kelly on behalf of the people, P83952, standing in for AP Sona Mosibian.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Carroll out of Sprinkle, P49898 on behalf of Dorian Mack.
Mr. Mack, tell us your name for the record.
Your Honor, my name is Dorian Mack.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Sprinkle?
Your Honor, I do not have discovery, so I am requesting all paper and digital discovery that may exist, as well as an exam date. And we need to address bond.
The court will continue the plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. House May 31st at 12 o'clock.
May 31st at 12 o'clock is a good date.
Okay.
And Your Honor, my client says his bond is currently set at $200,000 cash. I don't know if there's a surety provision on there, but in reviewing the bond reform agreement with 36th District, it's my understanding that if there is no criminal history, which my client doesn't have, and that there are non-cash or non-financial ways to ensure his appearance, that the court should not set a cash bond. So I'm asking the court to give my client a personal bond, and he has somewhere to live other than with the complainant. They were formerly in a dating relationship. So this is not a stranger or something that happened out on the street.
The court should not grant a cash bond unless the court finds that the defendant is a potential danger to the community or a flight risk.
That's correct. That I did make it that far through the training.
Your Honor, at this point, we would ask that the bond stay as is, as Mr. Mack is a threat to society and the egregious acts that are charged in this matter.
I don't know anything about this case or Mr. Mack. Before I make a decision like that, I would like to have more information. I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation. We can take the matter up again if need be after the preliminary examination.
Your Honor, I believe there's a provision with the 36th District Court where he'll get a bond review hearing within 24 to 72 hours of today's date. Is that correct under the new provision?
He's probably done that after the arraignment. He's probably gone before Judge McClinton already, before he even got to me.
Okay, so if I'm able to present more information between now and the exam, you would review the bond?
I'll review it on the exam day after I get the report.
Understood, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. The bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
Your last name is Kelly.
Kirsten.
Is it Kirsten Kelly?
Yeah, that's her name. She was standing for you.
Mosibian or something like that? Do I have any other terms, Grant?
Yes, I was gonna wait on you to give it a go.
Okay.
I got it. Thanks.
Ms. Castro says she'll be right in, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Are you ready on prompt, Ms. Dorian?
Judge, I think that's a specially assigned prosecutor.
She's here, she's from committee.
Okay.
Ms. Morrissey.
You ready on prompt?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Calling case 2356717, people of the state of Michigan versus Dwayne Crump. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, assault with intent to commit sexual penetration. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, thus the murder or by strangulation. Count 3, aggravated assault.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724. Good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Castor from Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Mr. Dwayne from P number 80549.
Mr. Crump, tell us your name for the record.
Dwayne Crump.
There's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. People are prepared to proceed. I asked for a mutual sequestration order. I'm looking around the courtroom and I do not see any other witness. I have an intern of the prosecutor's office sitting at the prosecutor table because the officer in charge is not present.
Any objection to the intern remain?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you logged off at this time. How many witnesses do you have?
I'm sorry, Your
How many witnesses do you have?
I intend to call only one witness, Your Honor.
Right, call your witness when you're ready.
Thank you. At this time, the people call Dana McKissick. That's spelled D-A-N-A, last name M-C-K-I-S-S-I-C-K.
Good morning, ma'am. Please step forward, give the young lady to your right your name and the spelling of your name. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat with the spots right next to me. Just pull that door open. Speak nice and clearly into the microphone that'll be to your left, okay? You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please restate your name for the record? Now, Ms. McKissick, as you testify, I am going to ask that you keep your voice nice and loud. I know there's a microphone in front of you, but I also want to make sure that we all hear what you have to say, okay? And also, can you give a verbal response?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. McKissick, I'm going to draw your attention back to January 13th of 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Did something occur on that day that brings you to court today?
Yes.
What exactly happened? Were you assaulted by another person?
Yes.
Do you know the name of that person?
Yes.
What is that person's name?
Devine.
Would you recognize Mr. Crump if you saw him today?
Yes.
Do you in fact see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Please identify where that individual is seated and pick out an article of clothing that they're wearing.
He's seated to the right.
Is that to your right?
Sure. Yes.
And what color shirt or clothing does he have on?
White shirt.
Okay, you said a blue or white checkered shirt? Your Honor, at this time, let the record reflect the witness and identify the defendant.
So noted.
Now, Ms. McKissick, prior to this day, how long have you known Mr. Crump?
A couple of years.
And how do you know the defendant?
When at work.
Now, when you say a friend at work, where do you work or where did you work back in January?
Vision Dynamics.
It goes to I think how she was.
I'm gonna ask my question again. Where do you work or where did you work on January 13th of this year?
Vision Dynamics.
And you said that you had known the defendant for a few years. Did you meet him at work?
Yes.
Did he continue to work there through January of this year?
Yes.
Have the two of you ever hung out outside of work?
A couple of times, but it was very brief.
The few times that you would hang out outside of work, what, if anything, would you do during that time?
Drink.
Drink something in particular?
Alcohol.
And you indicated that each one of those times was for a brief period of time?
Yes.
Describe brief.
20 minutes.
So less than an hour each time?
Yes.
Now, moving forward to January 13th, 2023, when did you first have contact with the defendant on that day?
At night.
And I'm actually going to back you up a little bit. Did you go to work on that day? Did you see the defendant at work earlier that day?
Yes.
At some point, did you leave work?
Yes.
What time did you leave work? Now, when you first left work, were you with the defendant or not with the defendant?
No.
At some point later in the evening, did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes.
What did that contact look like?
It was a text to me.
Did you text him or did he text you?
He texted me.
Do you know approximately what time he texted you?
Close to 10:30.
And you said that that was a text to meet up.
Yes,
Did you respond to that text?
yes,
Did you agree to meet up with him?
yes.
Where did you agree to meet him?
7 Mile Outer Drive.
Is Outer Drive in the city of Detroit County, Wayne?
Yes,
Now, when you met up with him, did you drive there, walk there, or something else?
I drove
Did you drive your own vehicle or a different vehicle?
my own vehicle.
Did anyone go with you to meet the defendant?
No,
Now, you indicated there was a place on Outer Drive. Was there a building or something there that you were going there for?
it was a liquor store.
And when you arrived at the liquor store, did you see the defendant?
Yes,
Describe for me what happened when you got to the liquor store.
I parked, with him. We started drinking.
So when you say you parked, did you park in a parking lot?
Yes,
And you said you got into the car with him.
yes.
Did he arrive by himself or with someone else?
He was alone.
When you said you got into the car, which seat in the car did you get into?
Passenger,
Which seat was the defendant seated in?
driver,
And when you got into the car, what exactly did you do?
I spoke, we started talking.
And you indicated that you were drinking alcohol at that time?
Yes,
Did you arrive with alcohol?
no,
Did you go into the liquor store at any point in time?
no,
So when you got into the car, was there already alcohol there?
yes.
Do you recall exactly what type of alcohol you were drinking?
To have pint of Hennessy.
Now you're in the car with him, you're drinking alcohol and talking. Are you doing anything else?
Yes,
What are you doing?
smoking marijuana.
Is the defendant also drinking alcohol?
Yes,
Is the defendant also smoking marijuana?
yes.
Is there anything else that you were doing in the vehicle?
No,
Approximately how long were you in the vehicle, talking, drinking, smoking marijuana? Towards the end of those 20 minutes, what happens next?
he suggested to get a short stay.
I'm sorry. I'll ask the witness to repeat the answer. Ms. McKissick, would you mind repeating the answer and just speaking up a little bit louder?
He wanted to get a short stay at a hotel room.
Now, Ms. McKissick, prior to this night, had he ever suggested something like that?
No,
When he did suggest that, what was your response?
at first I said I was not room material and that I was watching kids. My grandkids.
Your grandkids were what?
I was watching my grandkids.
You said at first you said that. Did you say something after that?
Yes,
Did the defendant, I'm sorry, I'm actually gonna back up a second. After you said that, did the defendant say anything else to you?
yes.
What did he say?
I can't recall exactly what he said, but he didn't want to be out in the open.
And so what did you take that to mean?
Maybe certain family members was outside as well as he was.
And so when he said he didn't want to be out in the open, what did you think he was concerned that someone would see?
See him in the car with me.
So after he told you he did not want to be out in the open, did you provide a response to him?
Yes,
And what exactly did you say?
but I really did not want to go to the room. I was not room material. And I lied and said that my oldest grandson was watching smaller kids for me to learn to turn.
So after you explained that to him a second time, what happened next?
He said, that's okay, we can, go for a quick minute. And we leave, just finish the bottle and leave.
So he says that next statement to you. Do you provide a response to him?
Yes,
What was your response?
I said, okay.
So after you say okay, what's the very next thing that happens?
I followed him to the JC Hotel.
So I'm gonna back up a second. Did you get out of his car at that time?
Yes,
Did you get into your own car?
yes,
So when you say you followed him, did you follow in your car behind him in his car?
yes.
And you said that you ended up where exactly?
The JC Hotel, 8 Mile in Gratiot.
And for the record, Your Honor, that is J is in the letter and Z is in the letter, motel and suites. Do you know where exactly that is located?
8 Mile off of Gratiot.
Is that also in the city of Detroit County, Wayne?
Yes,
Now, when you arrived at the JZ Motel, what was the first thing that happened?
he got out and paid for the room.
When he got out and paid for the room, did you stay in your car or did you do something else?
I stayed in the car.
At some point, does he come back towards you?
Yes,
What happens then?
told me what room we were in.
So when you get out of the car, do you go somewhere?
To go inside the room.
Describe for me, is this a one-story building or a multi-story building?
It's a multi-story building.
The specific room that you entered, was that on the first floor or the second floor?
First,
The entrance to the room, I apologize. The entrance to the room, was that on the outside of the building or did you have to go into the building, to access the room?
outside.
So when you enter the room, does the defendant go into the room with you?
Yes,
Is anyone else inside the room with you at that time?
no,
Does the door stay open or closed?
closed.
When you enter the room, what's the first thing that happens?
Nothing. We started drinking and talking.
At that point in time, are you standing, sitting, or something else?
Sitting,
Where were you sitting?
edge of the bed.
Was the defendant standing, sitting, or something else?
He was sitting next to me.
So was he also on the edge of the bed?
Yes,
Did you continue to drink alcohol at that time?
yes.
Do you know approximately how much alcohol you had to drink by this point in the evening?
Whole pint.
And I just want to be clear, was the pint shared between the two of you, or was the pint what you had to drink?
We shared between both of us, but it wasn't actually a whole pint, it was half. Yeah. He actually went to the store and purchased another half pint. So that's what made it whole.
Okay, so I actually want to back up for a second. So you said that you shared a half a pint, is that right?
Yes,
And you finished that one half pint,
yes,
and then at some point he went into the liquor store and purchased another half pint, is that right?
yes,
So that second half pint, is that what you're finishing in the hotel room?
yes.
Now, as you're both sitting there finishing the alcohol, what happens next?
After I finished drinking it, I was ready to leave.
Now, as you're ready to leave, did you communicate that to the defendant?
Yes,
Approximately how long have you been in the motel room at that time?
maybe a half an hour.
And so when you communicate to the defendant that you want to leave, does he respond?
I can't remember what was it.
Did he say something to you?
Yes,
Did he do anything at that time?
not at first. It was a couple minutes after.
So you indicate that you want to leave and you say that he says something to you that you don't remember. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
What's the very next thing that happens then?
started grabbing on me.
When you say he started grabbing on you, what part of his body was touching what part of your body?
It's like his hands was first on my shoulders. And moved down. Right on my waist.
So you just touched your shoulders with both hands? Were both of his hands on you or just one?
Well,
And at this point in time, is he still seated on the bed or is he in a different position?
now he's standing in front of me.
So at some point before he grabs you, does he get up and turn and stand in front of you?
Yes,
Are you still seated on the bed?
yes,
You indicated that he put his hands up on your shoulders and then eventually they moved to another location.
my waist,
Was that both hands that moved down to your waist?
yes.
At the time that his hands moved down to your waist, what's going through your mind?
Started getting nervous
Why did you start getting nervous?
because that was not supposed to happen.
Had anything like this happened before?
No,
Do you say anything to him at that time?
yes,
What did you say to him?
saying all it's time for me to leave.
Does he say anything in response to you?
Yes,
What does he say?
it's not gonna take long.
Did he tell you what it is?
No,
So after he says it's not gonna take long, or I'm sorry, I'm actually gonna back up a second. When he tells you it's not gonna take long, is part of his body still touching part of your body?
yes,
And so what part of his body is touching what part of your body at that time?
he's still in my waist and he started leaning towards me, pushing his way onto me.
So at this time, he is still standing up,
Yes,
and are you still seated on the bed?
yes,
You indicated that he started leaning towards you, pushing his weight on you.
yes,
At that point in time, did you feel like you were able to get up?
no,
Did you feel like you were able to leave?
no.
What happens immediately next?
He grabs me by my neck and pushes me flat on the bed.
So you said that he grabbed you by your neck. Do you know which hand he used to grab you?
But it was his right.
So you said that his right hand grabs your neck. Please describe exactly how that was on your neck.
Grabbed me like this, pushing me back.
So let the record reflect that the witness is using her right hand over her neck, her thumb is on one side and her fingers are on the other.
So no,
So you said that he grabbed you with his right hand and pushed you back. Did that force your body back onto the bed?
Yes,
Did you feel like you were able to get up at that time?
no,
Did you feel like you were able to leave at that time?
no.
What were you doing at that time?
I started to wrestle with him to get up.
When you say you started to wrestle with him, describe for us what you were doing with your body. And again, let the record reflect that the witness was using her arms kind of in front of her and moving her upper body side to side. So I'm gonna go into a little bit more detail with that, Ms. Mason. So did you put your hands on him at any point?
Trying to push him back?
Were you able to push him back?
No,
Why weren't you able to push him back?
he's a lot heavier than I am.
Ms. McKissick, how tall are you?
5'4",
I'm sorry to ask this. Can you let me know approximately how much you weigh?
165.
Do you know how tall the defendant is?
No,
But you've indicated that he is taller than you.
yes, he's not that much strong. He's heavy.
So at this point in time when you're trying to push him back, is his body weight on you?
No,
You indicated that he's heavier than you. How did you know at that moment that he was heavier?
because when he was on my neck and I was squirming around, he pushed his phone into my chest. He threw me down on the bed so I couldn't move.
Is that his right forearm?
Yes,
Now you said that you couldn't move. Describe for me what was happening with his hand around your neck.
he was squeezing my neck.
At the time that he was squeezing your neck, did you feel like you were able to breathe?
No,
Do you know how long his hand was around your neck squeezing?
seconds,
I'm sorry?
just some seconds.
And you indicated that you were having trouble breathing. Is there anything else that was going through your body? Any other feelings or sensations?
Felt like I was starting to blink out.
When you say you feel like you were starting to blank out, were you seeing anything with your eyes or your vision?
Yeah.
What were you seeing?
Like vision blurred and
Were there spots in your vision?
Yes.
And you indicated that his hand was squeezing for some seconds. At some point, did you lose consciousness?
What's the second, maybe?
Is there a point in time where you don't remember what happens next?
Yes.
Now, I'm gonna back up for a second. The point in time when he has his hand around your neck, is his other hand, his left hand, doing anything?
Snatching on my pants. My zipper button.
Now, could you see his hand down near your pants?
Yes.
And could you feel his hand down near your pants?
Yes.
And you said that he was snatching at your pants. Can you describe for me exactly what you mean by that? What kind of pants were you wearing on that day?
Blue jeans.
Did those blue jeans have like a zipper and a button?
Yes.
Now, was the defendant saying anything to you while he was snatching at your pants?
No.
Were you saying anything to him at that time?
I told him to stop. He's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to do that. Just kept saying stop. Let me know what's happening to me.
When his hand was around your neck, did you feel like you could speak at that point?
No.
So as his right hand is around your neck and his left hand is snatching at your pants, what's the next thing that happens?
And I turn to the side, pushing my knees up, going to let go. It's on my pants.
Does he eventually let go of your pants?
Yes.
What's the very next thing that happens?
Just let me go and he stood back. He didn't say anything.
Now, when he lets go and stands back, what do you do next?
I reach for my keys to leave.
At some point, do you stand up?
Attempting to stand up. I want completely stood up. Push.
Do you at any point look at the clothing that you're wearing?
Yes.
Do you notice anything about the clothing that you're wearing?
My zipper was good.
Which zipper is this exactly?
My jeans.
Was that broken before this interaction?
No.
So you notice that your zipper is broken. Is anything going through your mind at this time?
I was touching my clothes to make sure that he didn't get me. Make sure that my clothes were still up.
When you say to make sure that he didn't get you, what do you mean by that?
That he didn't have sex with me.
Were you concerned at that moment that he had?
Yes.
Why were you concerned that he had?
Because I had blinked out and I didn't actually know exactly how long it was.
So are you saying that there was a period of time that you either don't remember or you blanked out?
I blinked out, yes, I did.
And you don't know how long you blanked out?
Seconds.
So you said you checked your clothing and you're reaching for your keys. Are you saying anything at this time?
No.
Is the defendant saying anything to you at this time?
No.
What's the very next thing that happens?
I reached for my keys. He pushed me in the lower part of my back.
So where were your keys in relation to where you were?
Right across me in front of the car. On the stand. TV stand.
So your keys were on the TV stand. Are you just getting off the bed at that time?
Yes.
So you said that you reached over for it. Are you standing when you reach over or still sitting?
Really trying to attempt to get up to reach for the keys.
Were you having trouble getting up?
A little.
So at the time that you are reaching for your keys, you said that the defendant did something. What exactly did he do?
He pushed me in the lower part of my back.
So was he behind you at this time?
Yes.
And you said that he pushed you. How do you know that he pushed you?
But when he pushed me, it was
And as he pushed you, did your body move anywhere?
yes.
Where did your body move?
I fell face first into the TV stand or the chair that was sitting next to it.
When you said that you fell face first into that, did your face make contact with anything?
Yes.
What part of your face made contact with what object?
the lower part of my face, made contact with the TV stand or the chair next to it.
And after it made contact with those items, did you fall onto the ground or were you able to stay standing?
No, I was like kneeling.
So you were kneeling over, were you on your knees?
Sorry?
When you were kneeling over, were you on your knees?
No, I was kneeling, no, I was still like standing.
Now, when your face hit either the TV stand or the chair, what sensation went through your body?
Days.
Did you feel anything on your face?
I felt an awful lot of pain. That's when I could hear blood going up my heart.
So as blood is pouring out of your mouth, what's the next thing that happens?
Got a towel from me and put it and said, yep, wipe it off.
Where did the defendant get a towel from?
The bathroom.
So he leaves to go to the bathroom and comes back with a towel. You said that he threw that at you?
Yes.
Did you use the towel?
No, I never touched it.
At this point that blood is pouring from your mouth, are you doing anything to either contain that or to mop up the blood?
I laid over. Blood was running on the towel, but I was actually trying to close my mouth.
Is the defendant saying anything else to you at this point?
No.
Are you able to say anything to the defendant?
After I fell and I looked at my face, I said, no, you didn't do this to my face. Nothing else to say.
You just said when you looked at your face, were you able to see what you looked like in that moment?
Almost was.
How were you able to see that?
I actually, when I looked, see what my feet were actually making. Out. I hadn't realized that they actually went through my lip. I didn't know.
So I just want to be very clear for a second. So when you say you were looking, is this that you were looking down, like down the bridge of your nose at the lower part of your mouth?
Yes.
So at any point, did you see a reflection of yourself or a reflection of your face?
Yes.
So you saw both. You were able to look down and you saw yourself.
Look at, see where the chair was, there was a mirror.
Okay.
So I was able to look into the mirror.
So you're looking into the mirror at your face, and what exactly did you see?
That my teeth was hanging. It was hanging. And I couldn't actually close my mouth, but couldn't do it.
So you saw something around, was it the top part of your mouth or the lower part of your mouth?
Lower part.
And you said that your teeth were in a different place. Which teeth are you talking about? So your two front bottom teeth you saw were in a different position. And then describe exactly what you saw with your lip.
I couldn't see my lip. I actually saw the teeth, but I did not know that they were through my bottom lip.
So you've seen your reflection. What's the next thing that happens? Does the defendant say anything to you before you leave?
No.
Does the defendant do anything as you are leaving the motel room?
No.
When you exit the motel room, where exactly do you go?
I remember getting into my car.
When you get into your car, what's the next thing that you do?
That's all I remember.
So you remember getting into your car, you said that's all you remember. What's the next thing that you remember?
I was at the hospital.
Do you remember how you got to the hospital?
No.
Were you still in the same clothes that you were wearing when the assault occurred at the hospital?
Yes.
Was anyone you know at the hospital with you?
Yes.
Who was at the hospital with you?
My daughter, her kid's father, and I believe his brother.
At that point in time, did you know how they got to the hospital?
That's what she told me. They had to
Wait,
drive.
hold on, I don't wanna hear what anyone else said. At that point in time, did you know how they got to the hospital?
No,
Do you remember reaching out to them or calling anyone?
no,
So you're at the hospital, I'm sorry, which hospital was that?
we leave the hospital.
Do you know if this is the same night or a different time?
The same way.
So the next thing that you remember, you're at the hospital with some people that you know and some friends. Are you talking to anyone at that time?
The dentist.
Now, without saying any specific medical diagnosis, did you have to undergo any sort of medical procedure or surgery?
No,
Did you have any, like oral surgery?
yes,
Ultimately, did you speak with an oral surgeon?
yes,
Did you have that oral surgery the same day or within 24 hours or later?
the same day.
Did you have one surgery or more than one?
Just
Now, specifically at the hospital, was there a point in time when you talked to the police?
yes,
Do you remember calling the police?
no,
But at some point, you speak to a police officer.
yes,
Did you explain to the police what had happened?
yes, I just did tell them exactly where I was. I did not want to talk in front of my family members.
So I want to back up there for a second. So you said that you did provide an explanation for what happened. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But a moment ago, you said you did not convey the whole story. What information did you leave out?
exactly where I was at.
And by that, do you mean the motel?
Yes,
Did you indicate whether you knew the person who had done this?
something I didn't.
Why did you do that?
Because I did not want to talk in front of my family because they were so upset.
Were your family members in the room or in the area when you were talking to the police?
In the room.
How long were you in the hospital after this occurred?
8 to 9 hours.
Is that including the surgery that you had?
Yes,
After this occurred, did you notice any other injuries on your body?
I had a couple of scratches on my stomach. 2 bruises in my face. And 2 bruises on my neck.
When did you notice those injuries?
2 days later.
And when you say that you had a couple of scratches on your stomach, can you explain exactly where on your stomach you had those scratches?
I had on underwear that was ripped. And I had scratches.
So the scratches on your stomach, was that in and around your underwear line?
Yes,
Are there any other injuries or marks on your body that you remember?
no,
And you indicated that you left the hospital about 8 or 9 hours later.
yes,
Were you able to return to work right away?
no,
How long were you off work?
2 months and 3 weeks.
Did you communicate to work what happened?
Yes,
When you communicated to, I'm sorry, when did you communicate to work what happened?
that Monday morning.
So do you know what day of the week this assault occurred?
It was Friday the 13th.
So 3 days later on Monday morning, that's when you reported to work what had happened.
Yes, I had the 5 documents.
And by the documents, do you mean medical reports?
Yes,
Now, when you reported to work what happened, did you indicate who was responsible for this?
no,
At any point, did you indicate to anyone that you work with who was responsible for this?
Yes,
When exactly did you provide that information?
a week later,
Why did you wait to indicate who was responsible?
that was because I was trying to get transferred to another building because we worked in Northwest building together. But when it first happened, I did tell my supervisor, like, he was the only one that I could talk to.
So I'm gonna back you up for a second. So you said when this first happened, you did tell your supervisor. Is that your direct report?
Yes,
And when did you tell your supervisor that the defendant was responsible?
that Monday morning, when I was at, when I did the doctor.
So that Monday morning being 3 days after the assault.
Yes,
Now, you indicated that you were off work for over 2 months. Did you have any long-lasting injuries from what happened?
yes,
Describe exactly what injuries you had.
I had 2 teeth removed and I had a broken mandible. And at least 7 sections stitches.
Now, the 2 teeth that you had removed, did you have to get replacements for those teeth?
Yes,
Have you had the replacement for those teeth completed yet?
no,
The remaining teeth that you have, are all of those intact and in place?
yes, except for one.
When you say except for one, what's going on with your one tooth?
Because this one here is still loose and they may have to take it.
Now, you just pointed to your mouth, you said this one here. Where is that tooth in relation to the 2 teeth that you lost?
Right next to it.
You indicated that that one is still loose
Yes,
and that you may have to have it removed.
yes,
Are you continuing to go to either doctor or dentist appointments as a result of what happened?
yes,
Ms. McKissick, have you had any contact with the defendant since this occurred?
no,
Did you continue to work with him?
yes,
Did he text you or call you after this occurred?
no. We just had one incident at work where he actually had his wife to show up to the job.
But as far as contact is concerned, from the defendant to you directly, has there been any contact since this occurred?
No,
Hold on, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, ma'am.
I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you don't hear me or if you don't understand my questions, let me know, okay? All right. Just to be clear, you said that the date where you were injured was January 13th, 2023, is that right?
yes,
And that was around 10 or 11 p.m., is that right?
yes.
And you indicated that you had stayed at the hotel for how many hours?
Half an hour.
About half an hour, okay, and then after that, you don't, right? You indicated that you knew Mr. from work, correct?
Yes,
And that you considered him as a friend, right?
yes,
Well, you knew him as a coworker slash friend, right?
yes,
You knew that he was a married man, right?
yes,
And basically that was the reason that you saw him, as a friend, right?
yes,
And obviously, if someone who's married, it would be wrong to pursue that person, correct?
right,
You still hung out with him though, correct? Privately,
yes,
and you testified that it was prior occasions where the two of you have hung out privately.
yes,
And on that particular day, on January 13th, you hung out with him initially to have some drinks, right?
yes,
And then there was an invitation from him to go to a hotel. Is that what you said?
Yes,
And you agreed to go with him to that hotel, correct?
yes,
You can, that's where you basically continue to have drinks there, right?
yes,
You indicated that, at some point, how long, let me back up a little bit. How long, did you stay at the hotel? For like 20, 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
Okay. And so instead of going to like a public restaurant or somewhere, you decided to join him to that hotel room, right?
Yes,
And how much would you say that you had to drink? You said half a pint,
yes,
and is that all you had that day?
yes,
You consider that to be a large amount for you?
yes.
I'm going to take your attention to where, at the time that you were in the hospital, okay? Do you remember speaking to an officer there in the hospital?
Yes,
Do you remember what day that was?
January 13th, early morning of January 14th.
Okay, so you believe, if I were to tell you that it was around the hours of between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m., would that be fair?
6 or 7? No, it was before that.
You believe that it was before that?
Yes,
You don't remember how you got to the hospital, right?
no,
And you were discharged from the hospital on January 4th, correct?
yes,
When you were in that hospital before you were discharged, you spoke with a female police officer, correct?
yes,
And there was someone in the room with you at that time?
yes.
Who was in the room with you?
It was a friend of mine who was in the room with me.
I'm sorry?
A friend of mine was in the room with me. He heard what happened.
So it wasn't a family member, it was a friend, it was a male friend, correct?
Yes,
Okay, was that someone that you were dating at the time?
no,
Was that someone that you were in a relationship with at the time?
yes,
And so he was present when the police officer was there. Obviously, you at some point, did you ask him to leave while you spoke with the police officer?
no,
Did you request that the police officer come back and speak with you on a different case?
no,
Do you remember, you had the dentist working on you at that time, correct?
yes,
And so you had the option of not being, telling the officer that you couldn't speak with the officer at that time in regards to giving details in regards to the incident, right? You felt that you had to say something at that time?
no, I didn't talk to the officers until afterwards.
After what?
After I had, saw the dentist the first time.
Okay. And then while the officer was there, the dentist was still there though, right?
The dentist had left off.
So are you saying that he wasn't present during the time that you were speaking with the officer and working on it?
He left off so that we could talk.
And if at any point you don't remember anything, just let me know, all right? When you spoke with that officer and provided information in regards to how you sustained that injury, you provided pretty detailed information. Do you agree?
Yes,
You indicated that the incident happened on a gas station on 8 Mile in Gratiot. Is that right?
yes,
You indicated that you stopped at the gas station to get some water, right?
yes,
You indicated that it was on the side of a gas station that there was an unknown male that you came in contact with, right?
yes,
And that this person was cussing you, right?
yes,
And that you had believed that this person had mistaken you for someone else, correct?
yes,
And at some point, you walked to your car, right?
Yes.
And unbeknownst to you, this unknown person followed you, right?
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, this person then grabbed you from your shoulder, right?
No,
You don't remember saying that?
I said I was pushed.
Okay, do you remember first saying that he first tried to grab you by your shoulder?
No.
Then you said that you felt that you were pushed, right?
Yes.
And that you came into contact with a gas pump, right? And that is how you sustained that injury, right? You were asked to provide a description of that individual, correct?
Yes.
And you provided detailed information regarding this person, right?
Yes.
You described him to be a dark-skinned male, right? You described clothing, right? You said that he was wearing a hoodie, black hoodie, right?
Yes, I did say it like that.
Okay, and you said that he was wearing black joggers, right?
Yes.
So you provided a pretty detailed information to this officer at the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And all that was a lie. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So you are basically lying to, right?
At the time, I did not want to explain it because my daughter was right there.
I
But I had
understand.
already had told the officer that if I was to get in contact with them, would I be able to talk to them? She said yes. And she said they were not even listening to what I was saying. I had to say.
But again, whatever detailed information you provided to the officer on that day was a lie.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? So you indicated that you were not comfortable with sharing what happened. Did your family members at some point now know about this incident?
Yes.
Now, this happened back on January 13th, and you gave a written statement on April 22nd of 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you didn't contact the police officers a week later to let them know that the information that you had provided was wrong or false, right?
No.
You didn't provide that a month later, right?
No, I didn't know exactly who I was supposed to talk to. When I was trying to talk to the Detective Smith, they told me that they had worked in that precinct.
You didn't go to any other precinct to try and figure out who you could speak with.
No.
And so it wasn't until April 22nd of 2023 that you now are saying that this happened.
Yes.
And that you identified Mr. Crump as the person who's done that. Sorry. Now I'm gonna go back to the hotel. Okay. You indicated that at some point you were pushed, right?
Yes.
That you sustained injury and you noticed your injuries, right?
Yes.
You didn't call the police at that time, right? How long did you stay in the hotel room, trying to figure out what injuries you had?
Just some seconds.
And you don't remember, and again, if you don't remember, let me know. You don't remember calling 911 yourself, correct? Do you know whether or not you called 911?
No.
You indicated that you told your supervisor information. What's your supervisor's name?
Hardy.
I'm sorry?
Auntie Hardy.
Can you spell the first name or no?
No.
You said Nancy,
Yes.
and what's the last name?
Hardly.
You also indicated that Mr. Crump had texted you back on January 14th. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you still have the same phone number as the one that he texted you on?
Yes.
Ma'am, to the best of your recollection, Mr. Crump, at the time that you two were at the hotel, you remember him standing over you and then putting his hand on you? And then kind of sliding down your back
Yes.
to your waist area? Where is the reception area from where your hotel room is at? Do you remember if there was anyone there?
No, I didn't go in.
I'm sorry?
I didn't go in.
One second, Judge. Ma'am, you testified that some of your clothing were ripped. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do with these?
Please.
And then you also testified that your underwear was ripped, right?
Yes.
What did you do with those? You threw them away? Judge, no further questions at this time.
Can you redirect?
Defense counsel asked you some questions about the timeline between January 13th when this occurred and April 22nd when you gave a written statement. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Now, in between that time, or I'm actually going to back up. The phone that you had in January, do you still have that phone?
No.
What happened to that phone?
I think I saw it in the gas station.
When was that stolen?
In January, beginning of February?
So was did you no longer have that phone in the few weeks after this occurred?
No, I didn't.
And defense counsel also asked you about the zipper on your jeans. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And you indicated that you took them to the dry cleaners. Did you ask the dry cleaner to fix the zipper? Did you have the dry cleaner fix the zipper?
Yes.
Did they in fact fix the zipper?
Yes.
Did you pay for them to make that, to fix the zipper on your pants?
Yes.
Did you receive a receipt from that?
Yes.
Do you still have that receipt?
Yes, because I haven't, it actually gets close up there.
So at a later date, would you be able to provide that receipt to me?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right.
Just one question. And how long have you had the phone that you had at that time? prior to these, so. How long have you had your phone, that very phone, before it was stolen? Year, or approximately, okay, thank you.
Okay, so, ma'am, would it be fair to say that at the time you liked the defendant?
No.
Didn't like him? So why were you smoking weed and drinking with him if you didn't like him?
That's all.
So weren't attracted to him at all? You made up this elaborate story that you initially told the police. Is it fair to say because you were embarrassed or ashamed that you were caught in this predicament with a married man?
Yes.
Any questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may start. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People?
Thank you, Your Honor. One moment. Your Honor, just one moment. Your Honor, before I make my argument divide over, I did want to apologize. I did not realize that the officer in charge of this case, Ernest Warner, did appear during the testimony. I had my back turned and did not see that person. I do want to make the court aware of that. He is the officer in charge and would have asked for an exception for present during the testimony.
All right.
Now for the argument, my over, Your Honor, I do think it had the defendant found over on all three charges, counts 1 and 2 in particular, having been testified to. I reserve argument for this case.
Yes. Judge, I would object to the bind over. As the court heard testimony from this witness, it's clear and she admitted that she had lied. And it really doesn't matter the reason for the lying. This goes to her credibility as a witness. She provided detailed information to an officer who had responded shortly after the incident. She had the choice of not speaking to the officer at the time if her concern was that there would be shame involved and that the family members or the person that she was in a relationship knowing about what she was hanging out with Mr. Carroll. She, in her story, Judge, she basically admits to not telling the truth. And with provided
She admits
details.
to not telling the truth then, but she says she's telling the truth now.
Well, Judge,
Which
I think.
forms the basis of these charges.
And Judge, I believe that it goes to her credibility, and this court does have the ability to make a credibility call on a witness. This woman had given two different stories. Initially, she had indicated that this injury occurred at a gas station, and then later, 3 months later, she made up, she then said and decided that, Mr. Crump was the one that had assaulted her.
Yeah, because she was embarrassed. She was embarrassed that she found herself in a predicament in a motel room with a married man.
And again, Judge, she had the option of not saying anything at that time. Nobody was forcing her into making up a story. In
I
regards.
don't know what you mean by that.
Well, the
So she
police officer.
She goes to the hospital.
Yeah.
Because she's been injured allegedly by their client who pushed her. She fell and she busted her lip, so much to the point to where she's missing teeth now. Her teeth goes through her lip. How do you go to the hospital and you not tell them what happened?
Judge, she could have said that she is going through a medical treatment, that she would contact the officers once she is able to and provide information. Or she could have simply said that there are family involved, here, that she would rather speak with them separately.
And how do you explain that to the family? The family sitting there, they want to know what
Well,
happened
Judge,
too,
I mean,
right?
the question is whether or not this is a credible witness, and she's given two different stories, which makes her a not credible witness. And question calls into question her credibility in regards to the detail that she's testified to today in regards to an incident that happened at the hotel that she's alleging Mr. Crump had pushed her or had done anything to her. In addition, Judge, she had
So what
testified.
do you think her motivation is for lying on this?
Judge-
Saying he did all these horrible things to her that didn't happen.
I'm sorry?
What do you think her motivation is to lie on Mr. Crump and say that he did all these horrible things that
Judge-
never happened?
People lie for different reasons. I cannot get into her head to tell you exactly why she would lie. But I will say that this is a not credible witness because she's given different stories. And just as she was detailed in her testimony today, she was also detailed in her
So
testimony.
your position is that if she lied before, she's going to lie all the time?
I
She
believe
doesn't have the
that
ability to tell the truth?
I don't believe that she's given the court a reason to make her seem credible, Judge. And the fact that she was embarrassed to say this to an officer at the time because someone was there when it could have been
Somebody that she was in
avoided.
a relationship with, it kind of makes sense to me.
Well, Judge, again, this is a person who's lied to an officer and was detailed. And so what my argument
Yeah,
is
that's
that,
disturbing that she would lie to an officer, because that officer very well went out and found a black male in the hoodie, a dark skinned man in the hoodie, and arrested him for no apparent reason. So that is trouble. But that doesn't necessarily mean that she's lying now.
Judge, as to the count of the assault with intent to carry out harmless murder or by strangulation, Judge, she testified that if we were to take her testimony as true, she had indicated that Mr. Crump had his hand on her neck for a few seconds. And Judge, a person's circulation will not be cut or tampered with by having held onto the neck for a few seconds. So I don't believe that
You've been
she's,
choked before, but
well,
a few seconds, I don't know how long that is. A few can mean any number for one, but I think I would be more concerned with the amount of force that was exerted in those few seconds. So you can't necessarily say that.
and Judge, she didn't specify in detail the amount of force that was
It was
used.
enough to make her almost black out.
Judge, she was also drinking, and she described her vision being blurred and seeing spots. That can very
That
well
was
go
after
along.
that was after his hands was around her neck.
Judge, again, this is a witness that's lied before, and so to
you're
me,
saying that she lies all the time.
I have no reason to believe that her testimony today would be any more truthful than the one that she had.
The question is, will a trier effect, or could a trier effect?
Well,
That's
Judge,
the question.
I think this court also can make a call in regards to a credibility of the witness
There's
based on the
something inherently
testimony.
incredible about it. Like if she was caught on the stand lying now,
I'm sorry,
if she was caught on the stand lying now, then that would be something. But to admit that she lied in the past and she gave a reason that she lied.
understood, Judge. I don't also believe that, the people have met their burden as to count one, the assault with intent to commit sexual penetration. She did testify that, Mr. Crump had at some point put his hands on her and then slid down her waist. And that's basically the best that she recalls. And so I don't believe that that alone would satisfy the criminal sexual conduct.
So you want me to ignore the part about him trying to take her pants off, busting the zipper?
Judge, we don't know if that zipper was already busted or not. And unfortunately, this pants that she decided to take for alteration, she got rid of the underwear that were supposedly ripped. And the phone that was used that Mr. Crump allegedly texted her to meet up somehow got stolen a few weeks later at a gas station.
That doesn't matter. The phone was stolen, that information can still be retrieved. We also have the receipt coming from the dry cleaners that repaired the zipper. Yeah.
And Judge, we don't have that as of today.
I'm sure that's going to be a subject of discussion at some point in time.
I would ask for the subpoena of the phone records, Judge, that was used, and then I would ask
You
for.
can use your own clients for phone records.
I don't know if that If he has a record of it, if it doesn't exist, then he doesn't have it, but I believe
If
if
it
she
doesn't
testified.
exist, then it should not show up in this one.
I don't know if it's been deleted, I don't know if it was ever there,
But if you're
so.
talking about phone records, can't delete that stuff. You can delete it on the phone, but it's still going to show up.
Judge, I would still.
Just like you would want her phone record, whatever you find in her phone record, you should be able to find in his.
Well, she's
Or if it doesn't
claiming,
exist, it shouldn't exist in his either.
well, it doesn't exist in his, but she's saying that it exists, then she's probably not telling the truth.
Okay, so that's better for you. You get his phone records, and on this date, she says she received a phone call, and you look at his phone records, and there's no record of him making a phone call to her during that time. That's bully for you, right?
Your Honor, I would still, if she is indicating that she's received the text and that's not true, then obviously the phone records would show that. So
As well as his phone records, right?
I'm not sure what his phone records would show. I don't know what his phone records would show, Judge.
Why wouldn't his phone records show? If they're interfacing with each other, right?
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if her testimony is true, Judge.
Okay.
So I would object to the bind over, Judge.
Ms. Moore?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Defense counsel essentially brought up 3 points. The first one being credibility. As the court is well aware, this court can determine the witness's credibility, but by a probable cause standard. And there have been indicators of trustworthiness, one being that the victim was very clear as to why she was not honest with police officers initially. And I would like to note too that 3 days after this happened, she told her direct report supervisor exactly who was responsible. So while defense counsel pointed at the difference between January's statement to the police and an April statement to the police, we're missing that critical component in 3 days afterward, where she said, this is what happened and this is who was responsible for direct report at work. And I think that that's important to demonstrate that within 72 hours of this occurring, she did in fact give the same version that she gave today. I think that's a huge indicator of trustworthiness and credibility in this case. Another fact to comment on is that at the time that she talked to the police officers, she doesn't even remember how she got to the hospital, which means that whatever occurred during the assault and the subsequent pain that she experienced and all of that, that she was talking to police, she doesn't even know how the police got there. So a train was in motion that she didn't know how to stop. And that's another indicator of why she was not honest in the moment. The second point that defense counsel brought up was the strangulation component, indicating that it was only a few seconds. The fact of the matter is, Ms. McKissick today testified that the defendant squeezed his hand around her neck, her breathing was obstructed, she blanked out, she had 2 bruises on her neck that appeared 2 days later, she saw spots and she experienced blurred vision. All of those, certainly by a probable cause standard, demonstrate the strangulation component. I also think that based on her injuries, that could satisfy the great bodily harm component. And under that charge, it is charged and for. Third, defense counsel's last point was with the assault with intent to penetrate. Not only was her zipper broken, but she also testified to the fact that her underwear was ripped and that she had 2 scratches on her stomach in and around that area. That, coupled with the fact that the defendant, while he was trying to get into her pants, was holding her down with his hand on her neck, with his forearm on her chest and his hand around her neck, indicates that he was in fact attempting to penetrate her, and that but for her movements to try and get him off, or her finally being able to move her legs, forcing him off of her, that would have happened. So by probable cause standard, all elements have been satisfied.
All right, so let's put this in perspective as to what really happened. The defendant and the complainant, Mr. McKissick, were involved in some stuff they probably shouldn't have been involved in that they're meeting up, they're smoking in the vehicle, drinking in the vehicle, and he allegedly doesn't want to be seen. So he suggests going to a hotel room or motel room. He doesn't want to be seen primarily because he's married. And he shouldn't be carrying on the way that he is in public. Ms. McKissick's no fool, but she should know that there are ulterior motives here that the defendant just doesn't want to go to the motel room to smoke and drink, but to also this group home, so to speak. And apparently he thought that she would be with it. When she wasn't, then it turned physical. The defendant allegedly held her down, tried to take her pants off, and she resisted. Sounds like he became frustrated. When she got up to leave, he pushed her, and she fell. Maybe she fell as a result of the force that was inflicted. Maybe she fell because she was high from drinking and smoking, or a combination of them both. In any event, she fell, she busted her lip. She subsequently goes to the hospital, and she doesn't want to tell the story because she's embarrassed, because she knew she shouldn't have been in that predicament in the first place. And she was going to say no. The bottom line is no means no. Regardless if she went to the motel, I don't believe her when she says that she didn't like him. I think she did like him. She certainly liked him enough to get in his car with him, to meet up with him, to smoke with him, to drink with him. She liked him. But she doesn't want to tell me she liked him. That's fine. She liked him. She liked him enough to go to this place with him, but she didn't like him enough to have sex with him as he wanted to. When she goes to the hospital, she's met there with family and friends, as well as the police, and she doesn't want to tell the story as to what happened because the story is embarrassing to her and could jeopardize the relationship she has with this other guy. So she lies, but she tells the truth sometime afterwards. I think it's a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact. Her testimony should be believed. Some things that will bolster her testimony are things like the receipt from the dry cleaners, with the zipper had to be repaired. Certainly the injuries to her mouth bolsters her testimony. Her missing teeth, all of that bolstered her testimony. We didn't get into why the defendant's wife allegedly came to the job, and I'm sure it wasn't a social visit. I'm sure it had something to do with Ms. McKissick. I don't know if I can hear it. But a rational trier of fact could find that the defendant did do these things, did assault her with the intent to commit sexual penetration, did assault her with the intent to do great bodily harm, that he cut off her breathing by putting his hands around her neck. He also caused great bodily harm by pushing her losing her balance and falling into something head first and busting her lip. The court finding these charges was committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed them will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be June 7th, 2023 at 9:05 a.m. Are there any issues as to why? Will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, I did file a motion. I don't know if the court is in receipt of it, but I did file email a motion this morning. Did you get my email regarding the other hours for Mr. Crump?
So about is it 10 hours?
Your Honor, I believe he is currently on house arrest. Mr. Crawford, he is a father judge, and he would like to go back and find work. Obviously, it would not be in the same workplace as the complainant in the case. I'm trying to find the email, Judge, just for 1 second, please. Your Honor, the email was sent back on May 17th to Ms. Arita, and I have copies of this prosecutor on it, and basically, Judge, the motion is to amend the House tether provision. Mr. Crump does reside with his wife. He does have 2 young daughters who are in poor health condition, and at times they have to be rushed to the emergency room for medical care. And so we are respectfully asking the court to amend this tether to allow him to attend his daughter's medical appointments or any of his own medical appointments, to meet with counsel, his attorney, and attend any counseling if needed. And then if employment is obtained, to allow him to work.
Verified employment, yes. I don't understand this emergency room stuff we're talking about.
Judge, his
You have
daughter.
planned emergency rooms. My kid is going to get sick on Thursday, and I need to take him to emergency.
Judge, they have a heart condition. His daughter is having medical condition, which at times requires them to rush into the emergency room. To be rushed into the emergency room. They've got health complications.
Your Honor, are the current provisions just strictly house arrest, no?
It's a $250,000 personal bond,
That's correct. But with house
GPS house arrest.
Your Honor, I do leave it in the court's discretion. Based on the testimony that we heard today, the defendant was in this position because this was an individual that he knew. Instead of this being a sort of stranger situation, I do believe that if the defendant was granted the opportunity to leave the house to tend to his daughter's work at a job, that's something that the court is at this point able to determine whether or not that's appropriate.
I don't have any issue with him going to verify her appointment. I'm making an exception.
Attorney Willis, the office.
Turn visits. Send an order to that effect.
Judge, I did email it to Ms.
I
Reynolds.
said order, not motion.
It's also the order is attached. Thank you.
So you just knew I would say it.
I just put it, Judge.
We're still thinking, I'm sure.
Before you can turn the hallway.
Case. Whoops.
Your Honor, once you get a copy of that order, I think I've left out the part about. I think it's in there actually, regarding the employment, maybe. If there's any visits. Oh, yeah.
Is that Mr. Ezekiel?
Good morning, Your Honor.
How you doing, sir? Thank you so much for your patience. Alvin Lewis. Calling case 2356747, people of the state of Michigan versus Alvin Lewis. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has the visual and the second offense notice. Parents for the record.
Morning, Your Honor, James CKP 34393. On behalf of Alvin Willis, State Regis Willis.
Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Defense is ready, Your Honor. Open prosecution.
Where my prosecutor go? Ms. Drain out there? Not out there, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, they're ready to go. Yeah. Like a cage lion.
Oh, yeah, no, I may be moving this along really quickly.
Oh, here's Ms. Drain. She's doing Zoom.
Yeah.
Ms. Drain,
Yes, Judge.
this is Alvin Willis.
Yes.
Your appearance for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
There's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Michaela Collins. She was notified of today's date and time. She is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony.
Move for dismissal.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Also, Your Honor, Mr. Willis,
The dismissal will take care of the time. Thank you. Have a good day. Wait, Mr. Down, go next week.
He's here.
You're upset. Judge, I just need 1 minute.
Okay.
Work, you said she was in court. Excuse absence.
If is for ID, hopefully, or do you just need her first name? Do you just need her legal name? Thank you so much. Sorry.
Ready?
Yeah, she should be in a second. We're gonna ask for a referral for comments. Okay, sir. I'm gonna have you,
Calling case 2355822, people of the state of Michigan versus Justin Devine Gibson. Defendant is charged in count 1 armed robbery, count 2 unlawful imprisonment, count 3 assault, potentially to great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, count 4 interfering with electronic communications causing injury or death, count 5 felony firearm, count 6 felony firearm, count 7 felony firearm. Hearings for the record, please.
Let me grab the prosecutor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elena Rozak on behalf of the people, P78815.
Ben Gonick on behalf of Mr. Gibson, my bar number is P43716.
All right, today, date time set for the examination, are you ready to proceed?
Not to examination, Your Honor, prior to this examination, I attempted to visit Mr. Gibson twice.
Keep your place up, and not come to the.
Sure. I attempted to visit Mr. Gibson twice at the Wayne County Jail. I was told that they see him on suicide watch. I have reviewed the facts and circumstances of the case, talked to my client briefly before the cell, and also spoke to the claimant in this case, Your Honor. I would be requesting a referral for a forensic exam.
All right. Court will refer to the defendant for the competency evaluation. Will set as a due date for August 24th at 8:30. The date and time?
It is, Judge.
Thank you. Bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I was just going to keep for the record that the complainant in this case is here, because having work and physical hearings both on this.
All right, thank you.
Oh, thank you. You too, Judge. Madam Clerk, may I approach to ask you about scheduling?
Have a good one, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
So if the person that goes,
They were,
right.
they were.
How would you want to handle that? Yeah, client wants to go. Just accountable. Dinner by him. CC is June 2nd.
That's fine. So in certain places, the change from the federal chronicle, the termination hearing to.
There is, Your Honor, just so the court knows, Mr. Ellison especially decided to be schedule. I just don't like the schedule something without his input. So yeah, there are a couple factors. Well, like he's getting threatened. Performance is that case. Like a gas station.
These gas stations, yeah. This is fine.
Pardon me?
What else?
Oh, no, he's getting threatened. Also, I received discovery in the case. And it looks like the case isn't strong. People alleged it was an intervening factor. The government alleged caused the shooter to go off. Those are.
And the interest.
For this now.
I find it interesting that reason.
And I can tell you why it was just. My client has a case. Example of the file. So, the honorable reason is what the independent prosecutor said. It was a outrageous that my client's election. Yeah, you know, he's appeared in all his court proceedings. It was not over. That case is. The prosecution's position is my client has some anger management issues, which so that, and Judge McClinton will also take the speech, which actually I agree with, that nobody should be locked inside. You know, but, you know.
Okay, Mr. Gillespie?
Yes, sir.
You know, and I'm at the sports convenience and Mr. Elsie's convenience. I was hoping tomorrow afternoon. I know you got a real busy you can muscle up a few waivers for you.
So I have 10 o'clock, 11:30, 1:30 tomorrow.
Okay, I'll check with Mr. Ross.
It won't take long.
Yeah, no, I believe, you know how I am. I'm not. I won't pick up the bill, I'll say. Yeah, okay, thank you. Judge, you'll be by Zoom. Or everyone.
I mean, the client would probably be by Zoom unless we order. Do you want to do it by Zoom or you want?
I'll do whatever the court wants. I can.
This is good.
Okay.
I'm see if I can get your client here too, so you can talk to him. All right.
Okay.
So we'll order. What's his name?
I'll assign. Tomorrow. I'll call Mr. Elsie right now. Let me call Mr. Elsie right
Okay, we're gonna get the time, so he can be brought over. First, like, we're gonna bring the family, suppose, to come over on that first shift.
It's available anytime.
It's gonna be, you know, my exam, I have one scheduled at 10, 11:30, and 1:30. I can do it as soon as they bring the prisoners up. It's usually around 10.
Okay, I'll be there.
So we'll hold them out, we'll be there. Mr. Ellison may join us too, so that's gonna be-
Yeah, he said he's gonna be available. 'Cause I was gonna try to do it today, he just said he was jammed up today, so. Okay.
So 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you, you too.
However you do it, it's fine. You got that doctor's hand right now.
No. Well, I have to wait a while.
Well. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, is Mr. Dorian still on Zoom or? are we waiting?
Yes, I am. I'm right here.
Mr. Nick, you ready?
Ready.
Just
Pronounce your first name, sir.
Shandor, let's.
Lewis.
Yes.
Calling case 2356701, people of the state of Michigan versus Shandouris and Willis. Defendant is charged with count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence, second defense notice. Your answers for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, or actually, good afternoon, Your Honor. Steve Mack, P 21562, here on behalf of Mr. Willis.
There's a time set for our preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Kimberly Edwards. She was notified of today's hearing. She is not present, and I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
And tell me your name for the record, sir.
Shandor's Maurice Gillespie.
So order the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
In case we dismiss. Okay, got it. Thank you. Have a great day. You too. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I could have done this by Zoom. I need to exercise anyway.
Well, it's always good to see you in person.
Yeah, well, at least you know, wear the mask. I take it off, show up.
All right.
Not that I'm afraid to be here,
And you were here timely too, I appreciate that.
You
Thank
know
you.
what? You don't know what I went through to do that, because they were really late. I said, you know, I have to be here. And they didn't have the probation. I was doing the courthouse content that day. And I said, I come back this afternoon, I have to do this exam. He said, we're gonna let me exactly, when there's no probation. So I said, okay, you come back. Good. Anyway.
Have a great day, sir.
You too.
Take it down. Jeez, I like hope.
Hello there.
Hi.
Want to talk to you, please? Who are you?
My husband is Shandor is going to be here in court today.
We just heard his case. So what do you want to talk to me about?
He didn't hit me.
You need to talk to the prosecuting attorney.
I tried to call her about 18 times, the detective, the court, everybody, nobody returned my phone calls.
You need to talk to Miss Drain. Miss Drain? Miss Drain, are you there?
This is APA King. Ms. Drain just stepped down the hall. She indicated she would be right back. She left her belongings here.
All right, she has a complaining witness who's been trying to get in touch with her.
I will text her right now, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Is he coming home?
We just deal with this case. Oh, yeah, he is. I think the case was dismissed.
Shandor is going to be dismissed. Thank you.
It was dismissed.
Thank you.
It's been quite a week.
Pardon the interruption.
Yes, okay, that was the complainant on her last exam that didn't want to prosecute anyway, so she's good.
Well, Ms. Drain informed me that she actually left her computer here, but she is on her way to your courtroom, so you should be seeing her in person momentarily. Anyway.
Okay.
I'm going to log her off of this Zoom because you're going to have her in there in just a minute.
Okay.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day.
No one said, I'm combing the hallways. No, this is the next. Witness.
The server's example, John.
The pictures, that was the 8:15, but she kept the 1:30.
Just to determine. If client called or not, she was here. Black chair.
In front.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Oh.
Been there, done that. Happens quite often.
Going on, you need to call the temple.
I don't know, because I'm not supposed to leave the house, and I think it's going home for today.
Something's talking to you.
Yeah.
Well, at least you have the judge as a witness. She was in court.
Oh, really?
Judge and the prosecutor. And her attorney.
That's my say so doesn't matter.
Are we ready on this hill?
Yeah.
Calling case 2356793, people of the state of Michigan versus Alexis Nicole Hill. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to murder. Count 2, weapons, felony firearm. Count 3, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 4, felony firearm. Count 5, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 6, felony firearm. Count 7, domestic violence. Uses for work.
Good afternoon, Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
Judge, good afternoon to you and your staff. Michael Woodyard, my P number is 64612. I am a staff attorney with Neighborhood Defender Service. We represent Ms. Hill. So say good morning or good afternoon. Say your name out.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Alexis Hill.
Today is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Actually, we're 5 minutes early, but are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed. I don't anticipate anybody coming within the next 5 minutes. I would just like to make a record.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, because of the nature of this case and the serious charges, I would indicate to the court that I did speak with the complainant, Mr. Dominic Davis, as well as the witness who was an eyewitness to this event. That would be Ms. Diane Williams. I spoke with both of them over the weekend and interviewed them as to what happened on this day. Mr. Davis was shot. He was in the hospital and he was in a rehab. He was in rehab over the weekend and stated he would be getting out on Tuesday. So I tried calling him yesterday to see if he is out of rehab and if he would be here in court. And I didn't get any answer. I did call him about an hour ago. He indicated that he was out of rehab and he is actually in another court dealing with a civil issue. So again, I spoke with him about coming to court because he was saying that he would not be coming to court for this incident. So Your Honor, based on that and based on I don't want to put everything on the record as to what the complainant and the witness stated, but based on all that, I would not be going. I cannot go forward now. I cannot ask for an adjournment, and I wouldn't be asking for anything else in this specific case.
Judge, our position would be that the case should be dismissed given that representation.
Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, Ms. Hill, as you know, has a tether and everything, so the order will be to dispose of that. And
yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How you doing?
There are some real loyal people out there, aren't there? You can get shot, you can get your spine fractured, nose broken, rib fractured. You can say, I don't want to testify.
Always, it's day way circumstances, Your Honor. I have some gangsters in her life. Say, hey, boy, don't show up for court.
Awesome. She might have made him go, woo, woo, woo.
Right.
Oh, yeah, you heard me, Joe. Get off YouTube.
Right.
I don't want to say anything, but it's not what you said.
Okay.
It's nobody threatened.
I mean, you think it's something serious, and if they did all that to you, you ain't coming. The biggest thing will be fear factor. Last case till 2, right?
Yeah.
You waiting on dismissal.
So I guess we're down to 2 o'clock. Oh, no, we got, 2 o'clock.
Yep.
Nice long.
Yeah. I gave one, and then Lucky gave one.
Back on the start.
Jessica got sworn in this morning.
Oh, did she? Okay, very good.
She went to the, Michigan Supreme Court.
Oh, wow.
She got somebody who was in there, yeah.
Wow,
I think
nice.
Megan Jackson. Yeah.
Call her big time.
I know.
She went straight to the top. didn't
She
she?
did.
Okay,
Yeah.
good for her.
I know. So, yeah, so she's gonna be doing something here pretty soon.
Okay. Good, how about yourself? Hey, Mr. Reed, do you know if you guys still have the practice of contacting the client to make sure that they still want to testify before you guys sign the warrant?
Before we sign the warrant, yes, if there is an attempt that is made, and usually you try to contact them and talk to them and see if they want to? Depending on the situation, if they don't want to, then it's not stop. But if there is a lot of corroborating evidence to go along, even if they don't want to.
But why would they do that if that corroborated evidence isn't something that you can use to get a bind over? Witness is saying that I don't want to testify, you guys are signing a warrant, you're doing a lot of unnecessary irrevocable cases, they know darn well it's not going to go forward. That could cut down on a lot of this wasted time.
Sometimes I think it's just.
Yes.
You call it jail paper. You listen to.
No, he's out.
Okay, have a good day.
See ya.
Okay. All right. Have a good day, be safe.
Are you here this afternoon? I'm right here too.
Hi, how you doing? It is. Yes.
Come on, Jan.
Good, sir, how you doing?
Good. I am here representing the witness on.
Okay.
Do you know the name of it? Well, is this on the internet now?
You know what, that's the one.
Oh, yeah, that's got adjourned to
June
June 8th.
Yes.
June 8th.
Talk to the witness.
No, I don't even know who it is.
We can get the prosecutor, name the prosecutor, they can put you in touch with the witness.
So that would be.
This is not on the internet, right?
Right.
So the prosecutor is Brandon Sawyer.
Brandon.
Sawyer.
How do you spell his last name?
SAWYER.
Okay, sorry.
You don't seem like it's Sawyer at Wayne.
I can find it. You be able to keep.
83033.
83033. And we're gonna get paid for being here today, Yana?
You should. You spent your time coming down.
Record to be made that I showed up. I appreciate it.
What's your P number?
My P number is 37225. I'm here to represent the witness. The Aaron, Michigan versus Aaron McClinton case.
Prosecutor.
And Yana, on June 8th, what is the time for that hearing? Well,
At 10 a.m.
10 a.m. Okay. Have a wonderful day. Very good.
Judge King. Start back up to two. Um, all right. Judge, they having a meeting in the lunchroom.
For who?
For all the employees, the judges. Did you know about it?
No, I didn't.
I said, yeah, I'm gonna let you know. Spiritual like going. They got little goodies over there. I forgot all about it. They so loud. I said, it's so loud. I was like, what's going on here? I forgot all about the meeting. Oh, the meeting. Yeah. We just- Oh, okay. Did you go?
No, I went to the restaurant. It's cool. It is.
That's free. So they turn Carroll.
I know. Yeah, the dreadful.
Yeah, I prefer the cool because you can add one layer.
Yeah.
But when we were burning up, you can't take off.
Right. Yeah, put all the take off. Oh, that's what they have in the lunchroom. Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Been outside yet? You can go out there. That's the reason. That's what I'm scared of. I can stay here. That's where I. Seen that much worse coming back in. Hey guys, can we get Carroll upstairs? Prosecutor out there. Just the prosecutor. John, can you see about? When I say that, they mean like. Okay, how you doing, sir? And you are Mr. Carroll, right? Yes, sir. Just waiting on everybody to get here. It should be starting about another 10 minutes.
Hey, the front door ain't here.
Say it again?
The front door.
Appointed lawyer? No lawyers here. I don't know who you got. Did you have a paid lawyer or?
This they got an appointed lawyer.
Okay.
I got the paperwork right here.
Okay, somebody will be here for you.
That will be a woman for me to see.
Huh?
A woman.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Sean, this is attorney.
Sean, oh, yeah, okay.
Brittany Johnson is the. Brittany Johnson. And Kim Sean is the.
Okay. Prosecutor's out there. It's attorney out there. Yeah. You get a chance, you get a docket for tomorrow?
That shake was so good. Oh, yeah.
So was it like the one out in LA?
Yes, it was. Identical. Basically.
So probably. So Sean hasn't checked in.
So that's wait. Down.
You go, brother?
Yeah.
I know you don't talk.
Oh,
I need a wag. No question. We all see. Everybody else. We don't have one. Yeah. We still waiting on the first time. You know why I see them? Oh, I see right there? I think I put right there. Tough, these people, you can have a two share. We can take a joke here. Oh. These fines, tough as they are. And she can. Oh, fuck. She won't work. I got a quarter of it.
Ready, everybody?
I'm sorry. I'm always moving. That's no problem.
How are you? Do I have the right time?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
They're all here.
Oh, wait.
They just in the meeting room, you know?
Okay.
How'd you do?
Oh, not too shabby. Watch out. Increase how smart I am. Just buying shoes. Thank you, Brandon.
You're welcome.
Talk to the client.
Maybe give me yeah, that would be, I need maybe 2 minutes.
Okay.
We have to be up here.
Yes.
Oh,
You graduated this call.
I guess so. Goodness gracious.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And Carroll, good morning. How are you? We won't see him until tomorrow. If you, and that's why I come to. Watch it on. So if you do read. I did not. They said they were in one of the offices. Oh, and before we even get started, I'm gonna borrow them and approach on it, kind of related issue that's up tomorrow. I wanted to give you the scoop on it. Yeah, I know. Heads up. This council. Hey,
Michelle. How are you? Good, how are you?
Can I borrow you? Sure. To approach on an unrelated issue I've already told you about.
Sure.
I already know.
Miss Michelle, what's going on now?
Yes. We have a contract to stay on case. That so she's
Yes. Yeah, I can't submit it.
I said no, contact over to the car. So I spoke for that. I just wanted to, because it's so many people chat. I've already told you to keep it.
Yeah, I told you.
Well, wanted if you just give it some chance to process that, see where we want. A lot of us. Right. Yeah, it makes it very interesting. So everyone prefers, let them know. And she's the daughter. And she clearly did not. That's my fear, is that they're just all wrong. So even you were like, yeah, I'm a little.
Was it like, really?
I referred. All right, onward, but I wanted to telegraph that to you.
And we'll have us down?
Yeah.
Oh, not promise, yeah, make it up. She's a number next door.
I assume it's just the one. Yes.
Yeah. Typical bad ones.
Okay, step outside, Mr. Carroll. Okay, you can go through this short door right here. black chair right over here, you can stand in front of when you call a case.
William Carroll. Calling case 2356769, people of the state of Michigan versus William Carroll, defendant charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree relationship. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brittany Johnson, on behalf of the people, P83513.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court, Kevin Shaw, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167. It is my privilege to represent Mr. Carroll. We would move to sequester, but I believe all we're using is one witness today.
That's correct.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. How many witnesses do you have?
Just one judge, and she is 15 years old, so I ask that she not appear on the video.
Okay, take care of that right now. Nice view of the seal.
It is a beautiful seal.
I've seen worse. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Ready to call your witness?
Yes, Judge. The people would call this Valencia Barmato. That is VALENCIA. Last name BARMAD.
Sierra Jones is going to be
I did advise the Beatrice at 420 council. She said I had a motion to you tomorrow. I said, darn it.
So we're gonna be proactive to take care of that.
Thank you. I can't just have that going anywhere.
And please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat right here in that witness box. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that's to your left, okay?
Okay.
Very good. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Valencia. How old are you today?
15,
And when's your birthday?
November 15th, 2020.
And Valencia, what's your address?
64,500.
And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And who lives there with you?
My mom, my little brother, and my older brother.
Was there a time where somebody lived there with you named William Carroll?
Yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point to him and tell me something he's wearing? And you're out of the record to reflect the witness's identification of the defendant?
So no.
Did something happen with Mr. Carroll that brings you to court today?
Yes.
How old were you when that happened?
15.
And do you remember when that happened?
I just remember it was a Friday.
Was it in the last month?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember happening?
Waking up on that day. On that day, I had like a bad feeling already. And I was on the phone with my friends all day. And I fell asleep on the phone. Even though my mom doesn't really agree with it. So when I woke up, it was 11-ish. It was 11:03, I believe. And I was on the phone with my friends. But I turned on my camera before I went back to sleep, but I stayed reading. And then it happened.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you there. When you say you're getting up and it's about 11 o'clock, you're on your phone, is that at nighttime or in the morning?
It was at 8.
Okay, and so at some point, do you see Mr. Carroll?
Not until I wake up again.
Okay, and how do you wake up?
I believe he should be
What's the first thing you remember when you wake up?
looking at the phone.
What happened next? What room were you in when you woke up?
In my room.
Do you leave that room?
Yes.
Does anybody tell you to leave that room?
Yes.
Who told you to leave?
Believe.
And where did he tell you to go?
My mom.
And when you get into your mom's room, what kind of furniture is in there?
Her bed, her dresser, a table, not a table by her bed, and her mini fridge. It's another small closet.
While you're in that room, does William say anything else to you?
Not that I can remember.
What's the next thing you do remember?
We can't hear you.
We're gonna have to get into some questions that might be kind of uncomfortable, but I have to ask them. When you went into that room, were you fully dressed or something different?
I was completely naked.
Did someone tell you to be naked?
Yes.
Cool.
William.
And where were you at when he told you to get naked?
My room.
And so, did you take off your clothes in that room?
No, I did.
And then, is that when you went to your mom's room?
Yeah.
When you went to your mom's room, what happened in there?
All I remember is being told to lay in the weeks after that.
So being told to lay down, is that in that bed or somewhere different?
In the bed.
When you got in the bed, where was William at?
Standing by the door.
Do you remember what William had on?
All I remember was maybe basketball shorts and a black t-shirt.
At any point, does he get in the bed with you?
Yes.
At any point, do your bodies make contact?
Yes.
Do you remember what parts made contact with what parts?
He grabbed my legs and put them up. And then penetrated.
When you say penetrated you, what part of your body are you talking about?
My vagina.
And what did he penetrate your vagina with?
His penis.
Did you see his penis when this happened?
No.
Did he touch any other part of your body?
No.
Do you remember how long this lasted?
No, but I remember telling myself it was probably about 30 minutes.
How did this event stop?
My brother knocked on the door. When he knocked on the door, he told me to hide, and I hid under. Well, I didn't technically hide, but I got under the covers because I was being smart about it. And my brother, he opened the door, and my brother led him to the living room, turned around, and came back into the room before the covers off.
Your brother pulled the covers off where you were hiding in the bed?
Yeah.
Did you have clothes on when he pulled those covers down?
No.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
I ran to my room, and my brother was cussing out William. I think we called him William.
To your knowledge, do you know if anybody called 911?
William did, and then when I was on my way to children, when my cousin came to get me, she didn't after she saw him walking.
Okay, so I'll just right there and keep track of it. You said your cousin was taking you to children?
Yes.
Did you call your cousin?
No, my mom did.
Okay, and where was mom when this happened?
In the hospital.
Okay. Do you know who called mom and let her know?
My older brother.
Okay, and that's the brother that came into the room?
Yes.
Okay. So you said you're on your way to Children's with your cousin, and then you saw William walking down the road?
Yes, but she stopped and parked by her and asked her a few questions. We're calling police. And the police came and they took me to children.
One last question, Ms. Valencia. Do you know how old William is?
2?
So if I said he was over 18, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Cross-examine.
Hello. If I ask a question that you don't understand, you just tell me and I'll rephrase it, okay? Okay. You're 15 years old, correct?
Correct.
How far have you gone in school?
I've gone very far. Do you mean like how long have I been enrolled?
What grade are you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Take a deep breath, okay? You're in the 9th grade.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you were talking with friends that week, correct?
Yes.
And did you tell us that you dozed off while talking to those friends?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you might have nodded off?
I think it was sometime close to my work, so maybe like 11:19.
Okay. And in your house, you have your brother there, correct?
Yes, my brothers.
And you said, wait, 2 seconds, I'm so sorry. You said brothers.
My older brother was sleeping.
Okay.
And my older brother was old. And his friend was there. And I was also there.
Understood. So your big brother was there, he wasn't asleep. Your little brother was there and he was asleep. And then your big brother had a friend, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the big brother's friend's name?
Devine.
And were both of those young men awake when you went to bed?
Yes.
William was dating your mother, correct?
Yes.
William would occasionally spend the night in the house, correct?
He used to live there.
Okay. Now you said you woke up after you nodded off with your friends. Were your friends still on the phone when you woke up?
Yes.
And did you continue talking with them?
Yes.
Were you, now you went back to sleep at some point, correct?
Yes.
And then you said you were awakened again.
Yes.
And you looked at that clock. That's what you told us, right?
Yes.
Do you remember what time it was when you looked at that clock?
No, we don't.
Were you still on the phone with your friends at that time?
Yes, I was.
And that second time was when William woke you up.
Yes.
And you were still on the phone with your friends?
Yes.
And so were you on speakerphone or were you FaceTiming or on video?
I was on the.
And are you still on the phone when William asked you to get naked?
Yes.
Were you still on the phone when William took clothes off?
Yes.
Who were you on the phone with? I know you said your friends, but.
I was on the phone with one of my friends from Discord.
I get to use Discord too.
It's a very fun app.
It is. They have all sorts of stuff. Now, were these people, do you know the names of the people on Discord or are they going with names?
Most of the time I use my nickname, so is it okay if I give you a nickname?
Of course.
My first friend is my best friend. Her name's Anna. Then there's Deadpool. There's Morshu. And there's Disney.
Did you say Mushu?
Morshu.
Morshu.
Morshe.
And are these people that you only know online, or is it reserved for people in school?
I could possibly be complicated because she is in the state or close to the state now, so she moved. But other than that, everyone else is all, they're either in New York or Maryland.
Okay. Don't worry, that's how my kids keep up with all their friends that have moved too. So all these people, are all four of them on the phone at the same time? All of this is happening to you?
Yeah, we were in a call on the server.
Okay. Now, you get naked in your own room, correct?
Yes.
And then you kind of, I'm assuming, streak down the hallway naked, correct? Understood. Where is your big brother and his friend when that happens?
In the basement.
Now, does your big brother, is his room in the basement or is his room upstairs? And they were just.
In the basement.
Okay.
But his whole entire section is in the basement.
Okay.
His gaming section.
And not that you need to, but did you offer your brother's help?
No, but I did like stomp around a bit.
Okay. Yeah. In the bedroom, I want to cut to when your brother knocks on the door, okay? Do you remember telling us that?
Yeah.
Does he just knock on the door and walk in, or does William open the door?
When we open the door after he asks for the turn of the door.
Now, you had indicated that mom was at the hospital. I hope she's okay. How long was mom at the hospital?
A week, I think. It felt like, I think it was like 5 days.
Okay. Now, when is the first time you tell somebody something happened?
Whenever I tell someone when something like an event, any event happens, I tell them immediately right after.
Okay. And who did you tell this to the first time?
I told my girlfriend, my friend, and
You got a laundry list going. Hang on just a second. So the first person you told was your best friend, you said?
No, my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend, I'm sorry. And what is her name?
Chris. Well, her nickname's Chris.
Yeah.
Actually, Chris Thompson.
Yeah. When do you tell your brother, or do you tell your brother?
My brother already gave me confidence.
Okay. Did he ever ask you what happened?
Yes, he did.
And I'm trusting he did that after you talked to your friends.
Yes.
And after brother, who did you tell?
After my brother, I went back and told my mom, and then I told one of my big brothers.
When did you tell your cousin? Or did you tell your cousin?
Oh, yeah, I told my cousin after I told everyone else, but she didn't get yet.
And when the police arrived, you tell the police as well?
Yes.
And do you tell the people at Children's Hospital?
Yes.
So that's not just. Maybe about 10 people prior to you coming into the kid talk video.
Probably 15.
Got it. So we talked to 15 people prior to talking to people at Kid Talk.
Yes.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental health concern?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Those who are state of mind and remember.
necessarily means that you wouldn't remember being sexually assaulted. I don't see how that's relevant to whether or not this defendant was sexually assaulted.
Oh.
It's very brief, obviously. I feel like the mental health concerns are some of the strongest people I know. You have some mental health concerns.
Just what I love it.
You have like,
I have PTSD, ADHD.
and forgive me, are you supposed to be on medications for any of those things? You're very. Okay. Were you taking those medications when this event?
That day I didn't, was starting a little bit the next day because I didn't take it.
Do you know the names of the medications that
Involved Tramadol, etc.
and do any of those affect your mood or your memory?
They do not. They actually just help me stay stable enough to cooperate with other people.
But we missed our morning appointment or the morning pills, and you were going to start over the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, prior to this event, who was, did mom do the discipline in the house or did William?
Say that again?
Who did the disciplining in your house? Was the good cop and the bad cop? Who was, did mom tell you when you were doing right or wrong, or did William?
My mom did. She always told me when I was doing pretty good.
Okay, so mom was. Did William ever try to discipline? Right. Did William ever say you could use a cell phone or limit your time on television or limit
I
screen?
never had an anger outburst.
And did William do that while mom was in the hospital?
No. When mom was in the hospital, I barely talked to anyone. All I really did is told me and get my laptop after I did my chores and clean my room a little bit and stay to myself. And most of my days doing music therapy.
Do you think your relationship obviously part of this? Was it a good relationship with William or was it a bad relationship?
At first, I thought it was okay.
And then something changed?
After that day, yeah.
Clearly after that. But prior to that, did your relationship with William kind of go down?
No.
Do you remember when William came home that night?
No.
William goes to work, correct?
Yes, I don't know however he was with them.
Okay. Do you know if William was drinking? You don't know or he
I don't know. I was always in that room.
That was a terrible question, I'm sorry. So you don't know if he was or was not drinking. Okay. And no other questions for you?
You reiterate?
Just one judge. She just asked you about some people that you talked to before you got here today. Did any of the people that you told your story to tell you what to say?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
No, Judge, be pressed.
You wish some help with
Not an extension.
the
Judge, we moved to bind over, we've heard testimony from the witness today regarding Mr. Carroll and him inserting his penis into her vagina. They resided in the same home together and he was over the age of 18 at the time.
Regrettably, I think this question.
I agree, it is a question of fact, what I've heard the testimony is satisfied with their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed them. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be May 31st, 2023, at 9 o'clock a.m. Bond will be continued.
Judge, as to bond, we did request a pretrial services review of the gentleman's bond. Is that available to us? Or will the court allow argument without?
Say with the court do what?
Allow argument without a issue?
I don't have one, but I can't imagine what you could argue to make the change to bond.
Judge, I would simply indicate that my client is in failing health. He has high blood pressure for which he's not received medication. He has heart condition for which he hasn't received medication. He has a speech disorder, which is making it a little difficult to communicate with him. We would ask the court to consider a lower nominal bond. If nothing else than a pretrial services review of the bond. I did notice, Judge, that it seems, I would say this, he's 51 years old and I am not showing any prior record. So this is seemingly out of thin air. I appreciate everything the young lady said. Obviously, a no contact provision, you have to decide someplace else if you would be able to post the bond. But it does seem, quite frankly, there's a 911 call from my client. He's the first one to call 911 in this incident.
Calls 911 and says what?
He indicates they're saying I did this and I didn't do this. So I just, I'm a little hesitant to keep him incarcerated, Judge, particularly since he's not receiving any sort of treatment in the Wayne County Jail. I appreciate the nature of the charges. If the court would lower it to the 50,000, 10% bond, GPS tether, house arrest. If not, then we would ask for that pretrial services review of the bond, and we would ask that you immediately mark the file medical so that he can receive the treatment he desperately needs. I can't, obviously, high blood pressure is nothing to mess with, Judge.
One step ahead of you, I've already marked the file medical. People.
Granted, people would object to any reduction in bond. Well, we do know that Mr. Carroll does not have a criminal history that that I can see, that I have noted. He did prey upon a child who was residing in his home while her mom was in the hospital and sexually assaulted her. So people would object to any reduction in bond.
Well, the purpose of bond is not for punishment. The court does recognize that. However, from my purview, any grown man that molests a child is a clear danger to the community. And the testimony that the witness gave here was quite compelling. But that she was a very good witness. The likelihood of conviction is probably great here, but that remains to be seen. I've seen Ms. Michon work wonders too. In the event, I'm not going to touch the bottom of the 10-foot pole. Bond will continue. But I have marked the problem. I will refer to pretrial services for further recommendation.
I do appreciate that, Judge. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Everybody present? Thank you, my friend. It'll just be a moment. Do you want to copy of it? Yes. A withdrawal. I can, or I can just make it orally, whatever makes everybody happy.
We probably submit it so we can get the law moving.
That's fine.
Before we see.
Do we know if the prosecutor is still here, Judge?
I don't know.
She's indicated. On the rock, right, killing as an agent of charge. He wants to replace him. Protected.
He's not here, has it control of that place?
Can you make a note on the writ or when we take it back? It's being read? Or that he's indicating he's being read?
That would be usual.
Oh, right. Understood. I'll hold it.
Okay.
I just. No, we should. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
just the docket, the last case, just I can get you.